Hello all! Hello Snappy, Simmy, Lady Rain, thank you for the lurk. I hope you guys are doing good this Sunday afternoon. I was like, wait, 2 seconds. I was like, is it actually Sunday? But yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome. We're gonna have a cozy, comfy stream of some Stardew Valley. So just, sit back, relax, and watch the stream and check out the expanded farm. Grab your blankets, your tea, your coffee, which I have not made any yet, so I'm slacking already. I do have water though, but I hope to make some tea or something in a little bit. But I think I'm ready to dive into the farm first, so I hope you're doing awesome. Thank you. Oh, chicken fries and tater tots. Ooh, that sounds good too. Chicken, you can't go wrong with chicken fries. How are the tater tots? You must be talking about the Burger King tater tots. Are they like bacon and smoke flavored? Are they any good? I have not tried them. I love the chicken fries there though. Oh, watch streak. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I hope they're good there. Switch over to the game real quick. Oi, stretching. Stretch already. It's a good idea. Let's see. Load. I gotta find my mouse. Simmy gifted a sub, or Snappy gifted a sub to Simmy. Oh my gosh, guys. Thank you. Get some hype in chat for that. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. Gifted 8 total subs. Thank you. Thank you, Snappy. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I'm sure Simmy will enjoy all those emotes as well. Alright, I know I have a mouse here somewhere. There it is. I think somebody showed me something new the other day. I didn't realize you could click in this corner. I've always clicked in the other corners where you do this, and then they appear. And I've done the door one. Which one is it? Yeah, you knock right here. And that opens. But I have not done the other one. This one. This is the one I have not done. This one. That's crazy. Like, why do I have a piece of a smiley stuck to my mouse now? I never did that one before. That's so cool. He's cute too. And these just make leaves fall. But yeah, I now have a smiley stuck to my mouse. Yeah. No, that's so awesome of Snappy to gift you a sub. That was so cool. Alright, we're gonna be playing on your Pika farm. This is the expanded farm. Expanded is a mod. But I'm not like OP modding everything into this game. I'm playing this game pretty much vanilla, other than the game itself is modded into an expanded form. So we've been playing vanilla. So I'm curious what is all in my chest. It's been a while since I've been here, so I don't remember what I left off with. Weather report, fortune teller. Okay, I don't want any of those. I should make a little sign though to remind myself to check the TV. That would probably be a good idea. We have all kinds of things growing. That's great. Do I have any wood? Oh, I have wood in my inventory, but I think I need that. Should have enough for once. Actually, no, that's the wrong thing. I should have enough for one sign. Also, look at this. I could do a stone one or a wood one. I want to do the one I type on. because I need to write myself a reminder note. And I'm gonna put it right here. Actually, that's probably gonna keep me from going to bed on time. I'm gonna like miss because of this, but it's okay. Check TV. That's my reminder to check the TV because that's very important. Oh, and I forgot to turn this off previous game. There. No time. Cheats. Alright, I think we're ready to get started. But the expanded farm is pretty cool, I think. Okay, so we got some grapes. I could probably put those right here. For now. Doo-doo. Hi, cows. Hi, animals. I know, you need milked. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go get our pail. I think I was trying to, like, shut the door every day so they'd stay inside until they get milked. So I don't have to go chase them down. I really should do that more. Da-da. Got a large one. Oh, I got stuff to go to the community center. Da-da-da-do. I don't know if the garage display thing's coming up soon. Probably. Maybe we'll have an iridium milk by then. Because I don't see us. We haven't stored one away yet. I'm here. Time to end? It is time to end. Artist has arrived. You must end. Egg. Okay, we'll check these. Oh, it's an iridium egg. I should keep that. I should keep that because I don't know how much iridium stuff I have yet. Where do we have stuff that needs to go? You know what? I'll just save this here. This looks okay where we were saving like quality things or something. And that's seeds and such. And we're on day 20. So I don't really want to plant anything else for this season. How much hay is in our thingamajig, in our silo? We're doing pretty good on hay. We can add a few pieces to it. Oh, there's a mushroom. There's some persimmons. A blackberry. I think I have more trees somewhere. There's the tapper that we're waiting on. We need that. Ooh, a train's passing. I guess I can't go down any further. I know we have several fruit trees though. But they may not all be producing this time of year either. Let's go see what the train dropped real quick. If I know how to get there, because I don't. Oh yeah, there's the peach tree. I don't know how to get there. Oh man, we have all this stuff. Jeez, I bet this is for the stuff that's gotta go there. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about this farm. It's been so long since I played it. I'm gonna have to like breathe, do it slowly. Go, gonna go see what the train's dropping. Hi train, where you at? Oh, it already left? Nope, here it comes. I don't think I want to be on the track though. What happens if you're on the track? That would be bad. Did it just push you off? Did it already pass? I don't know. I think we missed it. I feel like we missed it. is not our farm. It's a cool farm though. The expanded farm has so much more to look at. Is this a shortcut? No. Just collect a few things while we're out here. Could try catching a fish. I don't even know what fish I need. I think I needed a butterfish. If I remember right, I needed a butterfish. Butter, please. And that, and when it rains. There'll be a thunderstorm tomorrow? Yes, because I need it to rain so that I can go get the mermaid pendant. Or did I already do that? I don't think I did. No. I can't go that way. But this is where I was fishing for butterfish before. See him? He's right there. I need a butterfish. If I remember right, they're too hard to catch with this pole. Not a butterfish. Tiger trout. Woohoo! We get some bait. All them butterfish. I get invited to Bongo Cat. I guess we can Bongo Cat. There they go. Are they gonna pop up in here now? They should. There they are. There's the Bongo Kitties. Yeah, that was a bad throw. Here, Butterfish, I want you. I gotta do it this way. Here. Guess you have to do a long cast for the bridge. That is definitely not a butterfish. Oh, catch Pokemon! What happened to that? Not a butterfish either. I don't know if I want to waste my energy on it if it's not a butterfish. I kind of want to just like let it get away on purpose. Again, it's not a butterfish. Don't waste my energy. What? Caught it without wasting my energy. Just like, I don't even know. said I didn't want it. Come on, Butterfish. I forgot to turn on the other mod I want that tells you, like, fish information. Just go away, fish. Go away. It's a butterfish! It's a butterfish! It's a butterfish! And I'm not sure how to catch a butterfish. Look at this thing! Okay, we need better gear to catch butterfish. Maybe we can, like, eat soup and, I don't know, do stuff to make ourselves a little bit more able to catch a butterfish. I think I checked all these already. Nope. Oh, I didn't see Alex standing there. Oops. You see nothing, Alex. I did not dig in the trash. Not at all. Nico, welcome, Dash. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing awesome, man. Sorry if it takes me a second to respond. I get hyper-focused in this game. I do apologize in advance. Dun, dun, dun. Construction bundle. Ooh, I brought stuff for that. And then that. Bridge repair. We're working on it. Got a charcoal kiln. I hope you're doing good, Dash. So we got tappers on the trees for that. And it's not winter yet. But yeah, we got tappers on the tree for that, and then we gotta get to the desert. Dun, dun, dun. And then somewhere we need to put an apricot. There we go. So I need a goat. We'll have to expand the barn to get that. We were trying to complete the community center in year 1, but I missed a fish or two on the expanded because I'm not familiar with the expanded yet. I was struggling with getting the frog and the butterfish because my fishing gear isn't quite there, so I don't think we're going to quite make it in year 1. But we can try. So there's the goldfish too. Riverfish, goldfish. I'm gonna save my money for tomorrow's mermaid pendant. We did that already. And then we'll grab this. Guess it's going to rain tomorrow. Now I have to remember what's what. Okay, this is like fish stuff. Algae can go in there. Are there actual fish in the second one? Not that one. That one has fish. Okay. That one has some things in it. We can crack those open. That's hard. I'll put the wood in there and the rocks in here because that looks like that's where that goes. There's no goods floating around in here that we need to do stuff with, it looks like. I'm guessing this was food for the mine, and just extra things we had. Berries can go in here. And this is not seeds. Which one is seeds? That one's seeds. Let's make it a different color. Seeds can go in here. We're saving our saplings for when we get the greenhouse. And looks like we need to water. Crap, I forgot about that. We have to water. And I'll sell this. Who even waters these days? Apparently I do. And all that can go in there. Oh, that must have been my food. So I'll put those in there. Oh. Yeah, we'll just stick those there for now. I forgot. I don't have mods that automatically water everything on, so I have to manually water the plants. And then I think there's a watering hole down here. Yes. We don't have to water tomorrow because it's gonna rain, which will be nice. Hi, kitty! You're gonna get wet. I'm watering my plants. And you're in the way. Oh well. How did that not get watered? Okay, more water. I don't think we have a updated watering can yet. Otherwise we could just hold in water. But that did work. Oh, we're out of health. Dang it. I really don't want to eat cheese this late at night. Well, I'm not going to. We're just gonna go refill this watering can, and the stuff that didn't get watered didn't get watered. Because it's gonna rain. And we have more important things to do. Is there anything I could sell, though? I'm sure we need more money eventually. Excuse me. Was I keeping like 2 of everything or 3 of everything? It looks like, I don't know. It looks like I was keeping 2 or 3 of everything. We'll make it 3. Looks like it was 2. That we want to make some money. Although if we convert stuff into like preserves before we sell it, it makes more money, so that might be what we were doing. I bet it was. And then this was... Da, da, da. No, I don't want to eat the spice berry. You gotta process everything that's not silver. It's silver, and it doesn't need processed. I'm gonna just sell a little bit of cheese too, even though you can ferment cheese and make it worth more later too. Alright, well, I think we're done because it's almost midnight. And I don't want to go too far away from the bed. Oh, there's some apples. I kind of want to forage, but I'm gonna get lost because I don't remember where everything is. Oh yeah, see? We're trapped. And I have no energy. I don't want to get trapped anywhere with no energy. That would be bad. The apples in this one? Don't think so. Apples in this one? No. Alright, we're gonna go to sleep. We made a little money. It's gonna be pouring rain. We get to go get a mermaid pendant for our wedding. Because we're gonna marry, if I remember right, we're marrying Vincent, which is a different character on this farm. And I just dropped my phone on the floor. But I'm gonna do a quick be right back. And when I get back, we'll continue. And I'm going to go grab some thing to drink. Trying to decide whether I want tea, which should be comfy cozy, or just the rest of the Coke I got in the fridge. I might just get the Coke I got in the fridge and be bad. So I'll be right back. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for liking and listening. I hope you enjoy this stream. You auntie. Wait, I just got back home. What did I come back to? Baby, come back. I left. You said it was time to end, so I left. I ran away. No, I went back and I was like, should I make some coffee? Should I make some tea? Or should I just be bad and work on this Coke I have? So I'm gonna work on this Coke I have. I'm being mad. But yes, poke catch if you're catching Pokemon. Artist is here, so Artist is gonna catch all the Pokemon. Just saying. You're gonna win. Works. Yeah. It does, it does. Fingers are partially numb. Oh no, from the cold? What did you do? Last time I caught Zero, it was super ridged, Rigged? Oh, rigged, yeah. Rigged. But yeah. Okay. Back to this. I'll tell you idioms. Okay. Alrighty. You can go. All in my DMs, I tell you. B-Doof has been called by artist. I told you you were gonna catch it. I told you it was rigged. Oh, there goes my phone. Oh, now I hit okay, so now I gotta play. Oh! Did I already get the mermaid pendant? I'm already getting married. I need to update my to-do list, because apparently I already did the thing. I wish I would have put on better clothes, but honestly I don't own better clothes, because it's vanilla. Let's see. When KimonoKat first arrived in Pelican Town, no one knew if she'd fit in with the community. But from this day forward, KimonoKat is going to be as much a part of this town as any of us. It is my great honor on this 21st day of fall to unite KimonoKat and Victor in the bonds of marriage. That's pretty fast for year one. To already be married, I feel like. Well, let's get right to it. Victor, you may kiss. That was pretty fast. Dot. Woohoo! I'm married to Victor. So, yeah. We'll see how this goes. Life is going to be different from now on. It sure is. Oh, looks cool. Okay, I gotta get back to focusing. My focus needs more focus. But the future looks bright. Nom 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 nom. Oh, eating yummy stuff. Oh, the wedding was wonderful, wasn't it, dear? He's so cute. You can't see him because my big face is in the way. Maybe I need to move myself. I'll cover up my to-do list. There we go. Isn't he cute? Oh, now my Christmas lights are all over the place. That's not the one I need. Okay. Maybe I just dim them for now. There we go. We'll hide the Christmas stuff. Ta-da! What else is it? Well, we can't forget about the farm. Time to get working. Aw, he's so cute. Pick some pumpkins. And what happened to the rain? It didn't actually rain. It said it was gonna rain. I didn't see no rain. I guess because it was wedding day, it didn't rain. The rain was a lie. Okay, and then that's broccoli ready to harvest. Is there anything? Oh, there's corn here. More corn. All kinds of things. And I do need to water. Yams, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and apples. Wait, why do I have that up there? Maybe because I still need a yam? And I have apples, but I didn't need them for anything. I feel like that was an old message to myself. And I should probably just sell the silver ones. That's usually what I do. Silver gets sold, non-silver gets processed. And gold gets kept for now. You can blame me! I know, right? I blame artists. Artist is the reason for everything. Artist in trouble! What are the cranberries? What are the cranberries? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now come down here. Water that. That. Water all the seeds. Broccoli. Chicken. Chicken wants love. Pets are like, you forgot to lock us up again last night. You're gonna regret it. Because then you have to find us all. To take care of us all. Yeah, that kind of happens. Doop. 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 Okay. Looks like I was naming the animals after people in stream. I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. You did all the things. Oh, did I just get a sweet potato? Did. Not sure what I needed it for, but I did. I feel like we finished all the fall stuff, except for the yam. And I feel like that's winter. Mm-hmm. So much to water. I don't think I have anything that grows in 7 days. I don't think I want to plant anything else either. It's just too much stuff to water. Watering is like my least favorite thing. I think we finished though. I think everything's been watered. We can put this up. Sweet potato. Okay, let's go check on the animals real quick. I know they got eggs and stuff in here. Gold mayo. Gold star mayo. Too bad we don't have purple star mayo yet. And we need purple star cheese. He's just watching me work. He's like, let's get to work. Mm-hmm. Looks like he's just supervising to me. Cheese? Yes. Cheese! We make all the cheese. We put the milk into the cheese makers and we make cheese. It's delicious. And good for us. Picked up an energy tonic for me? That is sweet. Thank you. That's cool. He did do some stuff. Got me an energy tonic. Okay, there's that. Where was the apple tree? Did we decide it was down here somewhere? I don't remember. I really wish I knew where my trees were. We gotta slowly work on clearing out the farm more so I can get around. There's a tapper that we're waiting on. If I remember right, we gotta go up here and check the cave every now and then. We do. Need to check it for mushrooms. And then we can... I think it takes 5 to process these. To dry them out. I like chocolate milk. I want some chocolate milk. Are you making chocolate milk? Where's mine? Hey, there was a wild plum on the ground. Let's just chop this down and get out of the way. I just want some stuff out of my way. I don't really need all this hay right now because I only have one silo. But it's annoying. It's just all grown up in the way. We have one of those! We need that! Yay! We need that for the community center. Dun, dun, dun. And we have a tapper there that we can use eventually. Saki milk. Alright, we're gonna need to chop that down. Birch tree is just kind of in my way. I don't like that there's trees on the path. We don't need trees on our pathway. We do need to go talk to Emily, because eventually she'll give us cloth if we get high enough level. And we need cloth. No, we want to chop down this pine tree. I feel like we cleared all this out once already, that it just all came back when the season changed. Because we kind of wanted just a path to things. Wrong thing. Waterfall's cool. Oh, the cart's in town today. We should go look at that. If I can remember how to get down there. Oh, nobody caught the Pokemon? What? These escaped? No one caught it? We never knew it appeared! That was rude. It didn't even tell us when it appeared. How did... Okay, now how do I get down to the traveling merchants? That's the real question. There's a mushroom. Another mushroom. Because I don't know. Oh, that's right. The apple tree is down here, too. Maybe we have to go this way. Traveling merchant, where are you? Oh no, it's already gone. We missed it. And today is Robin's birthday. What if I have anything Robin would even like? I can just try. Because we need to go see Emily too. Is there anything in here we need to take with? Oh, Emily likes cloth. We can give Emily cloth. Or cotton, and maybe she'll give us cloth. I wonder if Robin's at the bar. I can't remember if Robin even goes to the bar. Oh, oh, oh. That's Penny. And it's Robin's birthday, not Penny. Let's see. Oh, she has different pants on. What do we want to give her? Go give her this. Cool. This gift is fabulous. Thank you so much. Yay. Let's see. What do we want to give him? He would like some of our food goods, I would think. Maybe a persimmon? Thank you. I'll leave him alone. Remember to water my plants. Was a very productive day. Don't you have work to do? Wow, he's so rude. Here, I just wanted to give you... Rude. Don't you have work to do? I don't feel like talking to anyone. What? There's a fridge back here? And sauces? Interesting. We're gonna be a trash panda because it's nighttime. Digging all the trash cans. I'm sure Robin's gone to bed. It's 10 something. We're gonna miss her birthday. Oh, well. They don't have a trash can. Oh, the trash can's on the side of the house now. Ooh, an aquamarine in the trash. That's a good find. What about... Did that one. What about Vincent's house? Vincent's mom's house. Nothing. Blackberries. It won't be long. We'll be able to shake the bushes and get a bazillion blackberries. I probably should be going to bed, but there's like one thing in here. Enchanters. Is the Enchanters bundle in here? Enchanters, okay. Need the 4-leaf clover. I think that's found in the Secret Woods. Back again, Nico. Welcome back, Dash. Welcome back. And then I don't think I had anything else in here that needs to go in here. We got a lot of random stuff today. We're gonna get back to the farm though. It's recipe day too. I forgot to go see Robin before it got too late. Oh well. Why does he go this way? I don't understand why he goes to my farm every night. Well, maybe he goes to the bus stop. But I don't think the bus is working yet. Oh, pickles are ready. Do I have time to grab the pickles? Maybe. You know, I got stuff in my inventory too. I could just put in there. Put an apple in there. What else do we get? Can we put mushrooms in there? Apparently you can put pickled morel mushrooms. Interesting. There's a stranger danger in my bed. It's like I got married or something. I think I did. I think I did. Oh yeah. Get all these things from KimonoKat. Ta-da! Oh, I don't think I checked KimonoKat's advent calendar. I gotta move him though in order for you guys to see that. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Still doesn't do it where you can see it, does it? Still does it off screen. Oh well. New item. Got a weird face. See, got a Christmas. He's got a broken Christmas ornament on the ground. He's like beating up Christmas ornaments. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, KimonoKat. We hear you. We hear you. And then we're gonna put you over here. And then KimonoKat, I'm gonna unlock it and move it. I don't know what that is. Capture device, okay. Bongos. That way we can see next time what they got. There. See your names too. Oh, welcome back, Dash. Can I invite anybody to the group? Even though I didn't create the group? I think so. Ta-da! What was that I got? This one I'm already using. I don't want to do that. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's pretty cool. There he is. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Oh, there's Dash. Welcome, Dash. We have a Dash kitty. And then what am I looking for? Things and stuff. It's hot in here. It ought to be crazy. Just saying. Hey, one of these was mine. You didn't give me one was mine. You had two. It is good though. I'll be right back. I kind of want some popcorn in a little bit. Rain did leave me popcorn when she was here. It was surprisingly good. I was expecting it to be terrible. It is good. It's a creamy vanilla 0. So, and gummy bears. I already ate one pack of the gummy bears. They didn't survive. One pack is gone already. Just saying. Gummy bears. I should have a gummy bear on my head. Oh, Dash left. Dash, you still trying to figure it out, man? Oh, he may have left because he couldn't see himself on the screen. You're more than welcome to join back, Dash. I just gotta move it over, it looks like, so you can see yourself. There. You popped up on the right-hand side of me. And I had it too far over. Just let me know if you want another invite or not. List. Sweet potatoes, butterfish, starfish, king salmon, 4-leaf clover, gold trash can, upgrade pickaxe. What? Mermaid rain. I don't need that. I do need a butter maker. I'm not sure why it says pumpkin, sweet potatoes, apples, yams. Maybe it was like a quality bundle? I'll have to look again. Ah, we have a crisis. It's a crisis. A skitty? That's a wild skitty? I need this kitty. I need this kitty. Just saying. Let's see. I don't know which way is the correct way to write it. We're just making sure. I want this kitty. Things and stuff. I don't know what I need this for yet. I'm gonna put the aquamarine in there in case we need it. We're gonna put the energy in there. Birch seed. Da, 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 da. Oh, he's in the kitchen. Is there anything I can pick up for you? He's running errands today. Well, that is nice of you. Da, 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 da. Put some stuff in here. I caught the Skitty! Yay! That makes me happy. I caught Skitty. There. Look at it. What do I got in here? Purple ears. All right. Pick some of these crops. Some mushroom. Some cranberries. There's a pumpkin. And some more corn. More corn. Broccoli. There we go. Cranberries. Broccoli. I don't even know what all I got in here. Too many things. We'll just put that in there for now too. Oh, I bet I have another spot I put wood and stone. Do I have a place to put all the recyclables? Don't know. Chicken. Cow. Cow. And go back in here. Grab cheese. Don't try to milk the cheese. Doesn't work that way. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, did we grab the eggs? I don't think we did. Nope. Eggs. Eggs. Put you in there and you in there. Take the purple one and sell it for now. Because we've already saved one. And then over here, did we have a place where we were putting like wood and supplies? We did. And rocks. That need cracked open. Plus, we'll put the pickled items in there. Do we have a place for recyclables yet? Are we even keeping those yet? We are. Look at all those crows. What the heck? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crows stalking my area. 9, 10. Rains and help. The crows are stalking me. I have a scarecrow. Battle cat, hello. Welcome, Battle Cat. We started clearing out this path and it's looking pretty good. Cinder Sap Forest and West Forest have 4-leaf clovers is what it looks like on the list. And West Forest. Which I don't think we can get to the West Forest yet. There's this bridge situation here. I think you're supposed to go this way. This is the path. Oh, there's our whatchamacallit tree. Pomegranate tree. We need to be checking that. Clear out this path a little bit. I'm gonna do this real quick. Move my tools around since I'm not in the mine. Not in the mine right now. Or fishing right now. Oh. I wish I had like stuff just to blow everything up with. Hey Six, how goes it? Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Oop, there's a purple mushroom. Chewy grass. Green rain type tree. There's something there blocking my path. Oh, a little tree. Is there something behind that? I don't think so. There's like a... See, I don't think my pickaxe is strong enough yet to... No. I could work on upgrading my pickaxe. I think I have enough to do that with. Not here. Looks like it. Got too much stuff. And so we'll put all that in there. Put those in there. Oh, it's already 3 p.m. though. We're not gonna make it today to upgrade the pickaxe. We'll have to do that tomorrow. I can do a little bit of foraging though. I just don't know what every area has in it anymore. Melon seeds? Oh, wow. I forgot that this was an area. The expanded map just makes you want to like walk around forever. See, and then there's like going to be another area above that area. And then you could go that way eventually. See, it's just like never ending. Are they all in, they're all in JoJo Mart? Oh my gosh. How much does it cost to upgrade my house? 65,000 gold and 100 pieces of hardwood? No. Big chest recipe? That'll come in handy later. I really don't need it right now, though. All the recipes. Small hardwood fence. Iron lamppost. There's the whale. We haven't built one of those yet, but that looks cool. Fish pond! Cabin. Or stable. Did we figure out what we needed to make the butter maker? Do we even have that unlocked yet? I'm not sure we have a butter maker unlocked. We do. Oh, that's what we need the frozen tier for. To make a butter maker. Did we put these in here? Residents here in Pelican Town use these kegs to barrels to turn their produce into wine and jelly. Can we do that too? No. We don't get to use this space. They do? Dang it. Pop catch. Oh, he's standing there with the dog again, and I cannot... Look. Oh, there's Mom. Always knew my son would find his special someone in the life. I'm happy that it's you, PK My doors are always open to family. Don't be a stranger. I would just want to check your trash can. I don't want to tell her I just want to dig in her trash, because sometimes there's wine in there. They throw away whole bottles of wine. I don't think I've been to the beach in a while. Don't come near me. I have a breadstick and I'm gonna smack you with it. A book. And then more dig spots. More rocks. That's a cool shell, though. I don't think I have a conch shell yet. Oh, it escaped? None of us got it? Oh, that's rigged. So tomorrow I should go... I need to make notes for myself. Fishing upgrades. So I can catch the butterfish. Upgrade my pickaxe. Look for frozen tier in the mine, maybe? Are you watching me? No! And what's on this bulletin board? Calling an amateur pilot. I need 100 pieces of bone. No, thank you. 1,000 pieces of stone in a week? No. I don't have the kind of energy for that. I don't remember if this worked yet. I don't think it does. Out of service. Okay, so we still have to repair this. Dun -dun. Oh, dig spot. Powder melons. Getting ready for winter. That's the good part about winter. I won't have to deal with all that ordering of things. And put you in there, take you out. Leave you out. The fishing ones are over here. Not that one. I forgot we got a dino egg. We could put it in our coop, but I think we had to expand it as what it was. Take the silver ones out, put that in. Because silver stuff are selling. Oh, I think we need that rainbow shell thing. Can't remember if we're on that quest yet or not. Place 10 beats. Oh, we're on the beats one. Never mind. Add wine to Olivia's cabinet in her cellar? 20? I don't think we could do that. And then wait, did we have any more of these kind of mushrooms? I don't see any of these in here at all. Oh, we had silver. Okay, so silver can go in there now. Oh, there's a frozen tier. We had a frozen tier this whole time. What did we need it for? I done forgot. That's bad. Oh, so for the butter maker. Butter maker. We need frozen tier, iron bar, 25 stone, and 25 wood. We can make the butter maker now. Let's do it. Let's make the butter maker now. Yay! Because that's gonna help us. We need that. Let me make some more iron real quick. I hate that the clicks are off. Like, I have to, like, go way below it. Okay, so we can make butter tomorrow. It'll be great. That's right here. I'm excited about that. Butter. Butter, pickaxe. Frozen tier, which we no longer need. Edit. Cloth Emily. See, I don't think we can catch, even though it shows the butterfish, I don't think we can catch it. For some reason, my notes say we can only catch the butterfish in spring, and the frog in the mountain lake in spring. But I can visibly see the butterfish, which makes you think you can catch it. Okay. This girl does not know how to water crops. Water crops? Why would I do that? I mean, it's almost time to go to sleep. Why would I water crops? And then I water crops that auto water. Good job. We're just gonna randomly water things. And see if stuff lives or dies based on my watering. There's broccoli. Okay, now we'll put this away. And we'll go to sleep. Kitty! Okay. Made some money. Not bad, not bad. Looks like we made money pretty good. Oi. I got a blue kitty! He's cold! He's so cold. And then you have like ice decorations, so maybe I should use one of those. could do blue hair. Or I could do the ice decoration. Where's that at? It's like a little snowflake hair clip or something. Yeah. He's frozen. He's cold. And then what is this? Oh, I got enough to exchange my emojis now. New item. I should switch out which ones I have equipped. The party one. Go do the death one. And sneeze one. Take off those two. So many new ones. I haven't equipped new ones in a while. Lots of sleepiness. That sounds like me. Let's see. They're cute. It's gonna be like, what is she trying to say? I don't know. All right, let's see. What do we got? I need a drink. More soda. I want to cheers with the Coke for some reason. Cheers! Such a habit. Okay, well, we made money. We have 5 days left to fall. And we need to talk to Emily again because we want her to be our friend. He watered the crops? It makes your life easier. Did he really water them all? Also filled me use water bowl? Oh. I'm just taking a quick breather out here. Don't you let me distract you from your work. We should have extra cuddles tonight. So cute. Pokecatch also, if you're catching Pokemon. He's very talkative. He did. He watered all my crops. I just have to pick stuff. This is great. What a sweetie. That is so awesome. Pokecatch Grandpa. Apples. Persimmons. And I'll just put more grapes in there. I should take the gold ones out. And there was other cranberries in there too. And now we have honey. I don't remember what I need honey for, but it's an artisan's good. I don't think I need it, though. Ooh, I can put it on the table. There's honey on the table. Okay, we need to go talk to Emily and Clint. Because Emily needs to be our bestie, because we need some cloth. And we want Clint to upgrade our pickaxe. Let's see if Emily is home. Oh, wait. Oh, that's Shane. Sorry, dude. Rude. Well, they're not going to come out yet. We'll check the trash cans. And check the one over here. We got filled snacks. Alright. Emily. Wakey, wakey. I need cloth. Can you help me? She's sleeping. Ooh. This is like one of her final cutscenes, I think. Dream. Moo-wah. Moo-wah. Wake her up in her dream. Why are you here? I want some cloth. Please? I don't need rainbows, I need cloth. Dot dot dot. That reminded me of something. Even the tiniest, blandest, simple light holds a wonderful secret. Now I know why you're here. It's a sign. Oh gosh. What kind of secret? What kind of sign? I'm married. Leave me alone. I just want to be friends. KimonoKat? There's something special about KimonoKat. Our destinies will intersect. Hello? Mom? Hi, I have some cheese for you. Can you send me some cloth tomorrow? I would be so happy. That or I need to get a cloth maker. Or not that. How do I craft cloth making machine? Oh, a loom. I could have made a loom and made my own cloth with that piece of fiber I had that I gave away to her. Oh no. Good job. More scenes? Another beautiful day in Pelican Town. Oh, this is the one where the birds fly into the window when she gets her pet. My friends. Oh no, you poor thing. Your wings broke. You're mine now. Okay then. Now that we've done all that, we need to go see Clint. On a mission. Clint, will you upgrade my tools? Was it the pickaxe we were coming here for? I guess so. Need a gold axe eventually, so we can get hardwood. Yay! I so could have made my own machine and my own cloth. But no. I messed up. Nothing is more sad than an injured animal. I'm very happy for you, dear. Thank you! Seen him staying at my place the last few months. Yeah, we know. He lives with you. High-grade fertilizer on the soil here? What? What's that about? Ah, my feet feel great in these new shoes. They're a little crisp, but they'll break in, especially after I run through the haunted maze this weekend. Oh, the fall festival. Wonder what day that is. George's birthday is tomorrow. Spirits Eve is in the 27th. Did we end up going this way? We did. We just can't chop these down yet, can we? Oh, wait, we can? I didn't realize we could chop those down with a still axe. There's so many of them on my farm that need chopped down. I need my weapon out. I want a 4-leaf clover. I don't think I can get that right now, though. At least I survived better now. Ah. I need like 100 pieces of that. That must be how I got all these other mushrooms. Oh, don't think I have one of those yet. Nope, can't go that way. Hmm. All the forageables. I really think 4 leaves must be like certain time of year only, though. We need all these broken swords. How many broken swords do we need? A lot of them. There's like paths like that, and I don't know how many you're supposed to actually be able to get into. Looks like some of them are just for decoration. There's a plum. Some birds. We were this way earlier. But now we'll go to the right. Gather some more forageables. This will make us a lot of money, because the season will change and they won't be available. There was a berry up here. Mouse's house. Some grapes. This is where the spring onions would be. Can't remember. Does he have a trash can? I don't think so. Oh yeah, he does. Well, of course, we'll catch. Okay, we can go see Emily real quick. Oh, already gave her 2 this week, huh? Oh, we got our yam and I didn't even pay attention? We did. Okay. Under winter foraging, and I don't remember which one that had that. Winter foraging. Yeah. Need cloth or butter? Well, we won't need cloth if we can get butter, so we'll be okay. We're gonna get butter in the morning. Or start making butter in the morning. I haven't seen one of those yet. Purple cabbage we're gonna have to buy. Clover we could not find. That we'll have in due time. The maple syrup. I'm pretty sure we have a maple tree with that on it. The candy's gonna be hard. I wonder if somebody gives us candy. Let's do one of our money ones. Oh, that's the red thing, so we need to do that. That one's almost done. We won't do 10G, we'll do the 5. I mean, we could do the 10. Well, no, the season's fixing to change and we're gonna want to buy crops. Alright, let's head home. Take a lap around the thing, look for some forageables, then we'll head down. Hopefully Emily will gift us some cloth. We have been very diligent. Some jade. Da, da, da. I think we could get rid of these swords later. We could sell them. We have 5 of those. I should keep them on me and go sell them. I never use quality fertilizer, but we could. Maybe we should put all our mushrooms in here. With the seeds. Mushrooms and seeds. Mushrooms. Any other seeds? There's mushrooms. Dried mushrooms. Cheese. Already prepared food. Keep that one out because that's the only one I have of that. I think we should just sell these things. They're worth money. We can sell these here? Well, that's cool. I thought you had to sell them at, whatchamacallit? But I guess not. I guess they're more artifacts than they are doohickeys. Why does it look like I'm missing a weapon? Oh, maybe I sorted. Oh, because my pickaxe is under construction, that's why. It's being upgraded. That's why it looks like I sold something. It's still so cool he did that stuff. Well, we have a little bit more time. Let's go up here and collect our stuff up here. So eventually we'll be able to get rid of these big rocks then, I think, once he finishes with the pickaxe, which would be great. Got some new ideas, which is awesome. And then those. And then we're gonna take, oh, we gotta take that out to make them. I have so much energy right now. I should really do a little bit of cleanup. But I only have an axe, so we can't go too crazy because I don't have a pickaxe. We can chop down trees though. They're blocking our view of the path. And use up a little bit of this energy real quick. There's rocks there. Hmm. And then that one's in the way. Okay, well, we didn't do too much to destroy our health, so we'll head back. And then we'll come over here. Nope. I'm gonna move some of these chests around eventually because I hate like accidentally opening the wrong one. It drives me nuts. Oh, we were gonna sell some of that stuff because we don't really need to eat all that now that we can produce cheese. I'll save that because Marnie usually asks for a cave carrot sometimes. You have a cave carrot? Maybe. There's chocolate cake in there too. Ooh, 9 foraging. Craft new sun totem? Wind totem. Does that make it like windy or sunny versus cloudy? That's interesting. All right. That's a good bit of money. I think we're going to take a quick break though, and then I'll be right back. I'm going to step away, but yeah, quick break. And I will catch you guys. BRB. What is it, sex? What? I see you licking. What? I went and got cookies. And I'm back. So, cookies it is. Cookies stink. They're kind of like little ginger snap cookies. They taste pretty good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So nobody called the Pokemon. Y'all both tried. And we didn't catch it. That's just sad. I wish we could have caught it. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Back to work. Look at that. It's George's birthday. Lace jams. We have more room now. We could take that back out. Doesn't fit there. You put it there. Doesn't really fit there. Let me put this one in the bedroom. There you go. Do a little bit of rearranging. I guess this is his room. I didn't really look at it yet. He will be at 420 degrees. Dang, brainchild. Put this lamp in his room. He's got his own little TV and console over here. Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Look at that. Ultimate Player's Guide. Let's see. Eventually I'll have a place for our TV that makes sense, but I don't know where to put it for now. And this chair doesn't really match anything. Well, we could just put it up here for now. Water the crops? I hope makes your job a little easier. He watered the crops again? So cool. Caught me in the middle of a daydream. Dude is awesome because I don't water the crops anymore. He waters the crops. Which is great because they are a pain in the butt. So far, Vincent is a win in my book. Dun, dun, dun. Did I miss any? I don't think so. Emily did not send me any cloth. Shame on her. But we were gonna make it from the cows. I forgot. Hi, cows. It's a good day. I'm gonna make butter today, cows. Guess what? We're gonna make butter. I'm so happy. We're gonna make butter. Butter and cheese. Chickens! I think I forgot to take care of the animals yesterday. What do you think? There's like, or at least get the eggs. For a couple days. Maybe a lot of days? I don't know. Maybe I forgot I had animals? Don't we have a storage container in one of these? We do. We should put some of these eggs in here. Just in case we decide we need a dozen eggs for a quest later on. Oh, there's the butter! Butter! I'm so happy we have butter. Thank you, cows. Da, 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 da. Oh, we got the maple syrup too. That is great. 2 of them. Alright, gotta go this way. No, we can't go that way. Kitty wants petted. Kitty got petted too. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Go, go, go! I think our pickaxe is ready. No. Is that a dig spot? There is a dig spot down there. Might have to go get that. Chef's bundle. Those are still gonna be hard. Candy and the one that you have to have the pigs. Oh, we're gonna get our greenhouse already? Oh, we got our greenhouse in year 1? And a keg. Yes. We can make some things and stuff. Junimals! Keeper of the forest! So cute. Our first star. He's so cute. He's so happy. Yay! Look at that. Yay! He's following me. He's so cute. Okay, did we have anything else to drop off? No. We made the butter maker. I don't know, we have our yams, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, apples. I think maybe that was just seasonal things. I don't think we needed them for anything. Apples, potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, yams. See, I think that was just a list of this season's items, and we've got all those. And then the upgrade the pickaxe thing. We did that. I don't remember how we get the gold trash can and what that was about, but it's on there. I need to remember where the forest is for the 4-leaf clover, and we can keep doing that. Anyway. Bye, Junimo. Good 9. Closing. Dig spot. Get some powder melons. Guess we'll be able to plant those. Oh, let's go get that other trash can real quick. Maybe all of them real quick. Pew. There was one over here, but there's not anymore. Anyway, we're gonna go see Willie. See if there's any upgrades we can get because of the butterfish situation. I don't know if we'll make it though. Maybe if we got some trout soup or something, we could catch a butterfish. We'll get 2 of those. Deluxe bait. I don't know if our fishing pole can even hold the bait yet. Increase the size of fish bar. It's so expensive though. How many do you get? Just one? Probably just one. Iridium fishing pole? Oh, we can get that already? That might help. Or do I already have that and I just bought another one for no reason? You know what? I think I already have it and I bought another one for no reason. Crap. We won't talk about it. Yeah, maybe I'll learn how to make deluxe bait. We do. We already have the iridium one. Why? Can I sell it back? No, I can't. I wasted money. I can't sell it back. Well, if I lose my fishing pole, I have another one. Jeez. Well, could get a fish smoker and make more money. Let's just do it. Let's buy all the things and regret our life later because we gotta go start a new season soon. But it's powder melon season, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, let's go to this butterfish area. And go catch a butterfish. We're gonna catch a butterfish. Just wait. I'm determined. So this one's loaded with that, and we want to replace the bait on it with this. And hope for the best. And then we're gonna eat a trout soup. And hope, and hope, and hope that we can catch a butterfish. Please be a butterfish. I probably wasted our bait right there. I called glasses, and now I bet it's out now. Huh? Butterfish! He moved. Urgh. You used your last piece of bait. See, that was dumb. Well, we still got trout soup, so we'll go for it. It's not the fish I want, but he does have a treasure chest. Regular bait. Okay, there are 3 butterfish here. Come on now. Not a butterfish, but we do have a smoker recipe now. We need to craft a smoker, and then the fish will be more valuable. And we can sell them. Nope. Why do butterfish have to be so rare? There it is. Butterfish are like catching legendaries. It's so hard. I just want a butterfish, and I was doing so good. Butterfish are evil. River jelly. What the heck is that? Dogfish? You saw that. Fish has a dog's face. I quit for tonight. That's aggravating. Oh, there was a thing down there too. There was a dig spot over there that I was gonna go get. Mountain Lake. Easy fish. Maybe we'll catch a frog. Bullhead. Did it say new species or new record? Something. All right. How do I craft a smoker? Maybe I won't know until I wake up. We should definitely put down our keg and get it to work. There it is. Sea jelly, river jelly. Oh, I need a cave jelly. Okay. I think we have everything else. We just need a cave jelly. Alright, hold on a minute, guys. I gotta catch this phone call. I'm back. I'm back. Oh yeah, I was gonna get stuff out of here to put in the thingamajig. And put this thingamajig down too. The keg. Silver I sell. Gold I keep. Gunther needs those too. Okay. Oh, I gotta get in bed. I has to get in bed. Did I do the TV? I already know it glazed down. Okay. Oh, crap. He's on that side of the bed. Sleep. Greenhouse! Yay! Oh! Raccoon ran out of there. Well, that was crazy. And another cookie. Dang. Well, does this mean he's gonna water the crops every day for me? I am 100% okay with this. I've never married a partner in Stardew that would, water the crops every day. Okay, we're gonna go over here and get rid of anything silver real quick just to make room. And then, oh, these. We'll sell that. Gold stuff will go in here. Bug catch. Catching Pokemon. Okay. Crows are back. These will all go in the smoker at some point. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet. Can't believe I spent money on that. See, we got both jellies, but we need the cave jelly. And then we can take this, put it into our fishing pole. Take those to Gunther. Let's check on the animals real quick. And get that. Ta-da! Go milk the cow. I'm so glad we can make butter. Do we have 4 chickens or 3? Oh, we need the upgraded barn in order to hatch the other thing. See, all these purple might come in handy for the garage display. Because I think that's the only purple stuff we have. We have 5 purples now. We need some more purple stuff. We'll put the mayo in there too. We might use those for the display. Our farm goods. Now I can pick up the broccoli. Can I process more things yet? I can make kegs, copper, iron, that, and wood, so I just need to get more resin. Should make more mayo machines. Crystal, copper, stone, wood, which are totally good, because I have 4 chickens. I think we need to go see Robin when we go pick up our axe. Let's go do that. Go see Gunther, Robin. Clint. The bear. Yay, my pickaxe is back. An anvil. Decoration. Oh, that's what I wanted to get. Copper trash can. I only need 5 of those. Could do that. Can I make it there and back? Probably. Oh, I don't have 5. And I don't have any coal either. We'll have to make 5. Thought for sure we had copper bars, but I guess we don't. Hmm. I didn't put any in the house by accident, did I? Darn, I did not. There's a bunch of fishing poles in here. Oh, darn. Yes, we definitely need some coal. Oh, I have a coal maker, but I don't want to use wood to make coal. That's so aggravating. Man, I guess I could. What did I do with my coal maker? I didn't put it there. Maybe I didn't. I thought I had one. Well, let's talk to Robin and go to the caves. Because I need, like, jelly and all kinds of stuff. So we'll put the bear in here. Hmm. Let's go mining. What was I talking to her about? No, remember. Chicken coop. Big coop. Oh, we're definitely gonna have to get some wood and stone and all that stuff to get the big coop. $10G, 400, 150. $400 wood and 150 stone, I think is what it was. And then yeah. 12, 450, 200. 12, 450, 200. Do, 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 do. It wasn't a gold trash can, it was a copper trash can, but anyway. We gotta work our way up to gold. I can't go that way, can I? How do I get there? I don't remember. This is the way to get there, though. Nothing in there. Oh, we need to go back there. We need to go fishing. I think that's where the cave jelly is. Could probably get cave jelly at level 20. I don't remember what floors have copper, though. There is cave jelly in here. Ghost fish. Do we need a ghost fish? We might need a ghost fish. New record! Your fishing tackle has worn out. Well, dang. Just want some cave jelly. I want my sonar bomber back so I can see what I'm going for here. Yeah. Don't want a big fish. I just want cave jelly. Enough algae. Any day now. Oh, beautiful baby. Poke catch ultra ball. Auroras. I don't need any more ghost fish. I just want cave jelly. What? A stonefish? I might need him, actually. I don't know. Try a new spot. Girly! Aw, thanks for the loves. I hope you're doing awesome, Crowley. It's good to see you. I'm trying so hard to catch cave jelly, and I can catch everything but cave jelly. It's probably another stonefish that I don't really want. I don't want you. I'm gonna let you get away. Because I'm using up all my energy on you. I say that and then, you know, the fish calms down. Another stonefish. Hello, just got done hanging with some friends and the husband. Went to a local diner and for dinner, and it was very yummy. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sounds like a lovely day. Glad your food was yummy. What's like the percent of catching cave jelly in here? Santa hat, pink. Sweet, I'll do it. Just a second. I don't need any more ghost fish. I don't need any more stonefish. I just want cave jelly. And a pink hat. I missed my fish bait. But yeah, pink hat. See what happens if it keeps like doing its thing. Thank you. Jelly, please. Jelly, please. Jelly, please. Figured if I do like a bad throw, I might get jelly. Like I'm getting all this algae stuff. I hope the huge Sprigatito in the background just looming. Oh, I love the huge Sprigatito in the background just looming over your shoulder, right? It's just like, hello. It's so big and fluffy. I love it so much. It's ginormous. I can't quite reach it though. Ugh. Just out of my reach. Finally! Cave jelly. I needed that. And then I need coal. I don't remember what level has coal. Let me look. Stardew Valley level 4. Coal. 40 through 80. Stack. Okay. The sprite's trying to murder me. Oh, I forgot this means I can chop up the bigger rocks on my farm now. I'm here looking for coal and I can't find any. I need to look up what level is the rose quartz. Oh, I gotta get back home too. And there's no coal in sight. Leave. I didn't get any coal. And I don't think I have this fixed yet. So I definitely have to leave. Dun, 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 dun. I did get stuff to make the one thing I wanted to make, though. But I didn't get the coal to get the copper bars to do the other thing. But I thought I had a machine to make coal from wood. I just gotta look. We're just gonna sleep. Wrong side. We made 2,000 something gold. We did good. But yes, giant Sprigatito just lurking. Like, huh? I need to like move myself over just a hair, and then you can see more of the tree and the Sprigatito. It's just awkward because my monitor I look at is over that way. So I try to sit closer that way, which I could probably just turn it, but you know what? No, I'm not going to touch it right now because I may mess something up. We're just going to turn my body. Now we're going to make a smoker for the fish. Dun, dun, dun. Smoker for the fish is 10 hardwood is only in the jellies. Oh, what did he do today? Should we go to the Spirits Eve Festival tomorrow night? That would be great. Alright. Chickens. Spirits Eve doesn't have the garage display. We already did the garage display, I think. Butter. Cows are taken care of. Oh, get an iridium milk. 2 of them. We're gonna save the iridium ones. And I forgot to put the milk thing back. And we need hardwood, which is in here. And we're going to, you know, we have like almost enough to make a horse stable if we had the dollars. Oh, I forgot to get the 2 pieces of jelly. Fish smoker, yay! We're gonna make a little different area for the fish stuff. Let's put it over here. And then we can move these guys off this thing. This is the one chest. And then we can put this chest with the fish in it next to the smoker. But that way there's a division. And I don't accidentally open and close the wrong one. It's still gonna be a pain, it looks like. And put our fish in there. And then we'll decide what we're doing with fish. So cool. Alright, we're gonna organize our fish. And I think silver we probably should just sell as is, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how much it's worth smoked. We'll try smoking this guy first. And see what he compares to the silver price and whether we need to sell it as silver or smoke it. And we'll do that as a test. Over here, we can put the jelly back in here. Because eventually we'll get more jelly and we can make more cave things. Okay. This recycle bin needs to go away. And this goes there. We can put the recyclables down here. Because we don't have the recycle machine yet. And this is technically to go elsewhere. We'll put that there. Okay, we're gonna check out the price of this guy. He's now worth 60 gold. And is the silver one smoked worth more, or does it just come out as regular smoked? We're gonna find out. It requires coal to smoke fish? Dang it, we need coal like crazy. We're gonna have to go to the mines. I just need coal. I can't do anything. Alright. Oop, poop catch. And those are gems, so we'll put those in here for now. So I figure out what I'm gonna do with them. Birch water and fur wax. I don't even know what you use those for. Okay, corn, plums, broccoli. All the things. More broccoli. I think that's it. Spindle escaped. No one caught it. Sads. Silver, 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 silver. And then here is these. No, I don't want to eat it. Butter. Let's try to make this where it's only gold stuff. Is there any gold stuff in this one? By accident? No, there's silver. Oh, there's some gold. Oh, there's mushrooms. I think I put mushrooms in the other one. Oh, wasn't there a cauliflower request? I think so. No. I think that would go here. There's the coal maker. I wonder if you could put fiber in there to make coal, not just wood. I knew I had one. Put fiber in there? No. Has to be wood, which is a waste. In my opinion, because I forget how many it takes. I think it takes like 5. And takes like 30 minutes. Actually, I need to keep that. Okay. I feel like we could go buy another cow or something, but we need money. Oh, we gotta go to the market thingy. That's what we gotta do. The traveling merchant. What does she have? Stir fry, roots platter, pumpkin pie, fairy rose, iridium bar. Ooh, we don't get those very often or for a while. For a really long time. We're gonna buy one of those because that's gonna come in handy. That was all our money, but that's okay. We're gonna make money soon. Catch a fish. Oh, why is a wizard just standing there, looking around? I never see him outside. Kind of weird. We're here to make some money off forageables. We'll have our sword out. Ah. Hmm. We're walking, walking. It's like sunfish in here. Yeah, something in here is really hard to catch. Ooh. Guessing my fishing skills just went up. Way to go. What? I'm gonna get lost in there. Don't want to get lost in there. Doo-doo-doo-doo. There's so much trash in here. I wonder if this would... Oh, I don't think I've ever walked in here before. I saw the abandoned building, but... Oh, there's one of those dolls on the floor. Trash. A note. Aurora Vineyard. Bankrupt. Due to blah 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 blah. Market. Something. Couch is gross. Everything's gross. Is that a light switch? Many spiders call this old shelf home. One waves to you. Oh, a spider waved to me. Oh my gosh, a spider waved to me. Interesting. Soggy moving boxes. There was some stuff in here though. I didn't even know I could go in there. Shipping bin is bolted shut. Interesting. No, stay away from me. I want out of here. See that and that. I have not seen any clovers though. I'm guessing you can only get clovers in spring. Sads. Lemons. I don't know where the apple tree was. Wasn't it down here? There it is. I think we made out on our foraging today. All the forageables. We're gonna keep that guy. Should I keep more of the other stuff? Nah, let's just dump it all. I'll keep that one. Okay, for our experiment, we were gonna do the silver to see which one comes out more once it's smoked. So go there. Recyclables, go here. Ancient doll is rare. We'll put him in here. Alright, back to the fish. Gonna put this guy in there. Our experiment should be done any second. Could close the door on the animals. Make it easier on myself. Spirit's Eve is gonna be a long day. Alright. Oh, it stays silver. So it's worth 75, and that one's worth 60. Okay, so don't sell them. Just turn them all into stuff before I sell them. There we go. We have to smoke them all. Good to know. We're back to working on our construction here. Wild slug mob here. Is it just me, or does it feel like Pokemon are spawning faster tonight? Oh, that's right. We were going to be able to go here and knock some of these out of the way, I think. I think our pickaxe can do it. Yay! These will finally be out of the way. Look at that. All kinds of mushrooms. Then you guys, and then put 7 back in there. And put those 2 back in there. That in there. The dried, I think we eventually need dried ones for something. For the raccoons or something. But I don't know. Slugma has been caught by KimonoKat. Yay! Sheep. Cork bobber. Treasure hunter. Ooh. Hmm. Spoopy day. Looks like nothing grew. Go check on the chickens. Alright. Now I can let them out. No, I gotta go back in. No, don't eat the butter. Nope. Alright, cheese, cheese, butter. And then we can go check on some stuff real quick. I can't really do anything in town much because Spoopy Day is being set up. But I was wondering if I don't see the raccoon thing yet, so I was just curious because we saw the raccoons running around earlier. Alright, we're not gonna go forage. I really want to go get some copper. That's what I want to do. I would skip Spirit's Eve, but we need the copper. Do they have all the hay they need? I guess so. So all that. Move this over here. When I need it for something special. We should go to the mine. But no, I'm over here tracking stuff down. I want to free up these coal cars. And I think once I get a gold pickaxe, I could get to this. Yeah. Need a gold one. Trying to move stuff out of my way. A piece of coal. Guessing it's from one of these rocks, but the little rocks. The little ones have coal. And I need it. I don't think the big ones give me any. Too many trees. Picking up some green moss from green rain a while back. Got 4 pieces of coal now. Got a blue geode. Maybe I should just clean up my farm more often. Get some of the pieces I need. Eventually, if I got this all cleared out, I could do something with the land over here. Eventually. Not anytime soon. Oh. Should get these pomegranates from here too. And that one, that one, that one. Only 4 pieces of coal. Definitely need more coal than that, so. Not as productive as going in the mine, but that was still kind of fun. So much. It's a little bit better at clearing the land out. Time does Spirit's Eve start. Should be any second. And then we could put pomegranates in there. Why not? I think I have enough to make what I need now. Yay! Did I put the coal in there? I did. So I need 5 copper bars. We're getting plenty of wood and stone back that we needed. We had depleted that. Because we need 400 wood and 150 wood for big coop and 10,000 gold. We're almost have... Actually, we have enough for the big coop other than the gold. Can I just add this bait to my pole? Can. Alright, is there anything else in here I want to sell for money? I guess a little bit of money so that we can buy more things. I'm guessing the birch water we get when we do stuff. Go cook one fish. What fish do we want to cook? Roast fish 112. Stonefish. Ooh. That's stonefish. Don't know what a stonefish would taste like, but we're gonna smoke him. Poke that fetch scalp. Alright. I'm guessing Spirits Eve has started. Let's go. Oh, maybe it starts at 9? It's like the longest day. At least now we'll be able to get a trash can that gives us something back when we throw things away. I've never really used one of those before, so I'm very interested in seeing how it turns out. I would think it'd be ready now. Did I miss the message? Oh, there it goes. Spirit Eve is ready in Town Square. Alright, we'll go to Spirit Eve and then we'll come back later. Ooh, stonefish. Smoked stonefish. Oh yeah. He doubled in price. Lotus Beauty. Jazz. Rico. Now we talk to everybody. Emily's a clown. Vincent's a pumpkin. I heard screams coming from the maze. Who could be in there? Jody? Vincent's upset I won't let him go into the haunted maze, but he's just a little boy. Vincent is not a little boy. Oh, little Vincent. Wait, what's my husband's name? That would be bad if I don't even know. Demetrius. Pam, wow. Elliot. Can't check the trash. The jack-o'-lantern. Can you actually... I don't accidentally leave. Yeah. Interesting. That's cat ears. Yes. Oh, I love it. Okay. Did I miss anybody hiding over here? Weird. Marnie's a princess. Haley. Haley looks like Snow White. Barbie. Maru. Oh, the treasure chest right there. They changed the mazes on me and I don't know where they're at. I can't go that way. What turn did I miss? The treasure chest there too. This chest is fake. You've been bamboozled. I've been bamboozled. Oh, I feel like there's gotta be a path in here that I'm not seeing. I went over there. Hmm. I can't find my way. I guess can I go outside? No. Hmm. There it is. Abigail. Is there a way through here too? No. I don't know how you get to that treasure chest. Pretty sure that's a fake too. Warning, monsters ahead. Please beware of deadly monsters in this part of the maze. Can you feel you're responsible for your own life? Oh, jeez. House has weird looking feet. Victor. My husband's name is Victor, not Vincent. Why am I getting so confused? Victor. Sam is a scarecrow. Okay. Okay, and you can't go that way. You can't go that way because he's blocking the way. Is he really blocking my way? He is. Oh my gosh, Queen Bee, welcome, welcome raiders, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for that raid, welcome in. Last seen playing Stardew. Thank you everyone, welcome for the raid, welcome in. I hope you're doing awesome. I'm trying to find my way through this maze and it's a little bit of a struggle. Just a little. I think I'm starting to figure it out, but you know. Dude, you gotta let me go by. So then I gotta go down in there and let him go. So I can go by. He saw you were alive. I hope you're having a great stream. I am. Thank you so much. Welcome in. How was your stream? I hope it was awesome. So I can't go that way because of the hands. But I do feel like we're sort of on the right path. There we go. Yeah, there's spooky, scary skeletons. I hope you had a great stream. I can't walk up there? Interesting. Like invisible something? It's a monster blocking the path ahead. Maybe... So you can't, like, get past the hands. I'm trying to remember, where is it at? You can walk through here. Oh, maybe you just have to wait for this guy to move. Yeah, that's it. I just gotta wait for him to move. Yay! Got the pumpkin. Woohoo! Yes, take the shortcut back. Can I pick the cranberries? No. But yeah, welcome in everyone, welcome in. Thank you so much for that raid, I appreciate it. I play Stardew. I'm a variety streamer. I play Stardew a lot. I play community night games on Fridays, anything from marbles to golf with your friends, and I do art streams as well. So welcome in, everyone. Let's see, do I have my art thingy? Da, 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 da. Look, quick. If you're curious what kind of art I do, it's that kind of art right there. Those are some of my oil paintings I've done in the past. I love Pokemon. Okay, so we did lots of stuff. We got the rare crow, the pumpkin, things and stuff. And tomorrow's the last day of the season. And we can go upgrade our trash can tomorrow, which would be great. Oh, we want to shut the door to trap the pets in? Let's do that. The farm animals. Oh, that one was already closed. Did we never open it? I don't think we ever opened it and let them out. They're probably salty with us. Whoops! My bad. My bad. I did not mean to do that to them. We have 2 dolls in there now. Good night. So you playing expanded farm or regular farm? I'm doing the expanded one this time. And I'm married to Victor. This is my first year playing expanded ever, so I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Playing regular vanilla for the first time? Oh, that's awesome! That's great. Once you start playing it, you will be hooked because, oh my gosh, it's just... I love Stardew so much. I can't tell you how many hours I've got in this game. So many. There we go. Got so many hours in this game. I've played modded, I play vanilla, I play everything. I've perfected a farm, but only with a bajillion mods. Yeah, I feel that. I did that too. Not like from vanilla. Perfection is a lot. Oh, thanks for watering the crops and all the good things and stuff. Thank you. Victor is so helpful. He waters everything. He takes care of everything. Let's see. Pet the chickens. Grab the eggs. Grab the mayo. We're gonna start hoarding a couple of the eggs for quests that come up when they want eggs for things. Some games I play multiplayer too with people. And then I play single. I've got too many save files. Let's see. Alright, put the milk over here. Butter. Butter. I think we almost have enough for Big Coop. We didn't make enough money because I spent a lot of money yesterday. That's the only thing we need that we don't have to eat a coop is money, and then we could hatch our dino egg. I could go into my stash and see what I want to sell. Sell some of this gold stuff. Although it's probably more valuable if I process it. But processing takes forever, and I don't have... That's in the wrong box. That's in the wrong box. I sit here and I process the not gold stuff, and I probably should do it the opposite way. I process all the non-gold stuff to make it more valuable, and then I don't process the gold stuff and I just sell it straight, which is probably backwards from what I should do. Those don't belong there. And then we'll put these guys down here. Gonna lurk for a bit, if that's okay. Of course, of course. Thank you so much for the lurk, and thank you again for the raid. It was great meeting you. I'm sure you're exhausted after a stream. See. We're just keeping a little bit of everything. Nothing too crazy. I'm gonna sell a bunch of stuff because I want money to buy stuff. Okay. We can go see what she has for sale, even though we have no money. We need to make sure we do our recipe today. There's a yam. Don't we need a yam? I think we need a yam. Salmon we don't need. Tilapia I'm pretty sure we don't need. I'll double check though. And I'll double check the yam. I'm not gonna just buy stuff. No, we already used the tilapia. Glad I didn't buy anything. Fish. Butterfish is evil. And we should have, Alright, let's go see Clint. Oh, squirrel. Maybe I won't forget to do the Queen of Sauce today. I don't want him to see me. Oh, you saw me. Oh, was that gross? Really? Here. You can have it. Things happen. Yay! Be ready in a couple days. Jeez, just like any other tool. So does that mean I can't use my trash can for a couple days? Or is that the one thing I can use? I can. Interesting. My last chance to catch a butterfish. He ain't gonna let me catch it. Dang, butterfish is so hard to catch. Let's see. I need new tackle. Can I take to Willie to sell? We'll go take these things away. It's Sunday. Is he closed today? Nope, he's there. Sell. New sonar bobber. Yes, please. Treasure hunter. That's what he had. Interesting. Nope, back in. I forgot I can change my, like, bobber colors and stuff. What have I unlocked? Oh! That's cute! There's a kitty bobber! The duck? I want the kitty. That bobber's not gonna look like a kitty cat. Going for a swim. I should go buy one of those soups or something. And eat it. And go try to catch that butterfish one last time. This is like the last day of the season. Butterfish, I know you hate me. But I'm back. Ooh, what is that? Frenzy of some kind. Maybe it was a little salmon frenzy. Butterfish, come here. Nope. Why are you being a pain, butterfish? I mean, regular fish, salmon, or whatever. Salmon's never usually a pain. Guess because there's a treasure chest. And it's just bait. Butterfish. Aggravating. No. Dogfish. I don't know what's with the dogfish either. I'm gonna catch all the fish, but that one. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta call. Be right back. Oh no, it got away right as you did that. It's like, no! No, 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 no. Not good, huh? Jeez. Crazy. But yeah, that is crazy. Let's see, we're gonna craft some of these just because we can. Just to use up some of these seeds. Nico, Nico, I'm glad you're still here. Hopefully we'll make extra dough at the start of the season. And oh, I forgot we have a greenhouse. We can actually grow whatever we want. Oh my gosh. I forgot all about the greenhouse. We just don't have sprinklers. That's the bad part, but yeah. I wonder if he'll water the stuff in the greenhouse too. I found another capture card with a headphone jack that I can pick up sound. That is great. Sounds like you got it figured out then. So it must have just been like a compatibility issue, maybe. I keep gifting her stuff, hoping she'd send me cloth, but I don't really have to have her send me cloth anymore, though. Do I? Because I did the butter instead. If I remember right, I don't even have to have cloth now. I don't. I need to go get the pine tar. And I need to make lightning rods so I can, do things and stuff. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Can I even craft lightning rods yet? I can. Iron, refined quartz, and bat wings. I may have that. Bat wings, iron, refined quartz. Let's do it. Gonna make at least one lightning rod. Can make more than one, can I? I'll wait though, because the iron might come in handy for something else, and I just technically need one battery right now. Apple tree. Maybe I'll clear up this path to the apple tree. Well, I have a little bit of time still left in this season. Kitty! Did I let the animals out today? Yeah, I did. Or maybe I didn't. Crap. How does that keep happening? How do I keep not letting them out? I think I'm just gonna leave it open. I let the chickens out, maybe. Maybe not. I didn't let the chickens out either. I'm terrible. But the season's gonna change. Let's go down here and clean up. Ew. I don't know if there's a point in cleaning all this up, because I feel like... there's a path there? What the heck? I didn't know that was there. Okay, we discovered a new path. That's why we clean these things up, because look at that. Shortcut to the traveling merchant. Mm. I'm gonna come over here and grab our pine tar, because we need that. I think eventually I'll make like little pathways just to help me find my direction, because this place is so big. I just don't have my paths memorized. So I'm trying to clear out some stuff here, so I know where things are. That's so crazy. Okay, we're gonna look at this though. Oh, it's getting late. Dun, dun, dun. I was trying to clear it out so it was easier to get to the apple tree and not have as much of a mess. Alright, we're gonna go to sleep though. And we should make some funds. It'll be the first day of winter! And we can plant our powder melons! Michigan, thank you for the stage streak! Some items were placed in the town's lost and found? What? Blanketed the entire village. Catch a cold during winter. I'll take care of you. Aww. Put some stuff in here. Good morning, dear. It was a lovely walk here. I haven't seen this old farm in a long time. It looks very better than I remember. Here, I bought you a little something. It's a gift from the one gardener to another. Ooh, it's an indoor plant pot. Gonna plant my cactus in there. Learned how to craft garden pot. I was gonna say, didn't I have like a cactus seed? I think I do. I don't know if you can grow a cactus in there though. Watermelons! We will just plant the powder melons around this thing. This sprinkler. And then they will get watered. And I think I have some fertilizer too. And then when we're ready, we can just plant some stuff like these summer seeds in the greenhouse. Could totally do that. You know I'm gonna forget to go in there and water though. Where is the greenhouse? Up here. Oh, catch. Whoa! Holy cow, this greenhouse is OP. It's even got spots for my tree saplings. Yeah, come here, saplings. This place is OP. Now I just need sprinklers for it. I've never been in the expanded mod greenhouse. It's beautiful. Look where you grow the trees. It's nuts. This is so cool. Oh, I don't even have an upgraded hoe yet? What the heck? We need to do that. I guess I could look into crafting sprinklers. I just really don't want to craft them. Let's see. Let's see how that goes. And then I should put my watering can in here probably somewhere, but I don't know. Hmm. Winter root. What is that? Oh, my pumpkins died. The pumpkins I had in the ground died. I wonder if we get taken to the lost and found. As well. I should find out. There. I feel like this is already the big coop. Or the big barn. And that I just need the big coop. Yeah. You've got something new ideas to think about. I'm playing Violet on my Switch too. Nice. So you're happy to be playing again. I forgot to convert that stuff. Oh well. I'm gonna go... Oh! Chase him! Gotcha. And... Dun, dun, dun. Winter. I thought these were for something in here. Winter forging, I did. Exotic forging. I don't even know what the exotic forging is. That one's so close. And then I have the Minecraft cart, the minecarts repaired. I really need to go repair those and get that. I just need to figure out what level that happens on. Prehistoric bone. I forgot what I was going to town for. I really did. I don't remember at all. There was a dinosaur egg in the ground? Oh, that's what it was for. But I don't think she's here on Monday. She is. It's the big coop I need. But I didn't bring my wood and my stone. And she closes in a few minutes. And then she's gonna be gone for days. Can I? Can I? I just want freeze time. I just want to do it. I won't do it. I want to do it. But I won't. Amphibian fossil. That's so busy. But yeah, I was totally going to town to do something. It's one day until my trash can's ready. I missed it in the coop. And I just missed it. Was that cave bats? $50 of them. I can fish trash out. So many things to dig up. Too late. Oh wait. Do I need one of these too? I don't know. No, not really. I did need the crystal fruit, not the other stuff. Any more things I need to collect? It's a book. It's the wizard's house. I haven't visited the wizard in a while. Oh yeah, shortcut. Hell yeah. Do you play Pal yet? I have played it like once or twice. It's been a while though. So I'd say not really, but I am familiar with it. Are you playing it recently? "20 pieces of trash." Okay. Might be able to do 20 pieces of trash. I was hoping there'd be more trash in here than fish, but something tells me there's gonna be fish in here, not trash. What kind of fish is that? Looks like a flying fish. Perch. Don't know what that was. Hook catch. Michigan hacks. No hacks. Perch. I just want trash, and I haven't caught any trash. I figured usually in your farm pond you catch trash. Oh well. Oh, need the crocus flower. And that one, the fruit crystal. And the shell. So I need to go to the community center. I don't think I need any of the fish though. Let's see. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what to do with any of this stuff. Gunther. I don't have time to go to the museum, actually. Oh, what was that? Oh, I guess he does catch the bus and go somewhere. But the bus doesn't work. So that's the confusing part. Black cat ears, got you. Thank you. I can finally craft iridium sprinklers. Yarn spooler? What the heck is yarn spooler? I don't even know what a yarn spooler is. But yes. Thank you. I got black cat ears. Rain didn't steal them today. Boop. Bongo kitties. This is probably my last Stardew day. And then I need sleeps. My copper trash can is ready. Should play some video games, continue reading my book, or work on a project. I'll decide eventually. Good luck with your farm work. Doo-doo. I guess he's taking the day off. Alright, we'll put that there. That there. 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 There we go. You know, a new item carrying, it's called a wood chipper. Challenge, catch me a squid, the ocean at night. They only show up in the winter though. Okay. Bring Willie a squid. Got it. Maybe I'll catch some trash while I'm at it. We're gonna go drop some things off places. What do we got? That. So we need amber. Cabbage. Truffle. So can we buy pigs yet then? Bearberry. Ooh. I wonder what bearberries are. Pink cake. Man, trash is full of stuff today. Breadsticks. You name it. Watermelons. I need those so I can grow them. Pine cones. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. I can finally go get rid of stuff. Now we can go up here. Yay, got my trash can. Precious geodes, even though I don't have much inventory space. Ooh, warp totems. Those are helpful. And you don't have room. Okay, well, if I don't have room... Would you like a breadstick? Okay. That's gonna make it where I don't have room. Okay, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna go... Trash clay. See? I trash stuff and I redeem stuff. Cool. Some stuff you do, some you don't. Like, if I trash one mushroom. That's cool. In case you get a little bit of money. That's great. Better than none. And then... Copper watering can would be great. And a gold axe. Ooh. I want a gold pickaxe first. But we haven't even got to gold yet. So we'd work on a copper hoe and a copper watering can, because we don't have any copper for either one of those. Another book. Let's see. Okay, so we did that. Any more dig spots? I think that's it. Now I don't have room for anything. I guess it'll stay there. I need to go home and unload some of this stuff, or see if Pierre will buy some of it from me. He'll buy some of it from me. That works. That helps a lot. Grass starter recipe. Oh, more trees. I need to get more of those. I don't remember which ones I have, though. Oof. Dash, drink more water. Thank you, Dash. Maybe I'll wait on the trees, because I'll get more. A dehydrator. What was the other recipe? Grass starter. That's super cheap. But I don't really need that right now this time of year either. So we can wait on that. And nobody's gonna sell me any animals today, because they're all doing their thing. Oh, that could go to Gunther? Well, crap. So I guess I gotta go back and talk to Gunther. I didn't realize Clint's processing gave me more stuff to give to him. I should have known, but I didn't think about it. Okay. Then I can go sell some of this other stuff that I've got duplicate artifacts of and put my powder melons in the ground. Do-do-do. It's gonna snow tomorrow. Well, warp totems aren't worth very much, are they? Just kind of sad. These are super expensive. See, I could use cave candles to kind of guide me where I need to go to. I think that's what I was kind of doing. So I think it's crazy now that you can get grass in winter. You couldn't do that before. Chop down some of these trees. Green rain tree. I should pick up one of these. Maybe if I put it on this side of the bridge, I'll see it at times and go, yeah, I need to go that way. Maybe on the side, there we go. I'll say, hey, something's over here. I need to go that way. Oh, catch! Aw, you didn't catch it. It's being mean right now. At least this time of year, I might be able to get caught up on cleanup because stuff doesn't grow as fast. Get these things out of the ground and out of my way. Then I can see better. See, there's a little path thing. Too many paths to clean up. There's a path through thing right here. Is there anything behind this tree? No. Making sure there's nothing on that wall back there. Hmm. All the seeds. Some deforestation going on. Dig spot right there that I can't see? No. I think it's funny that I can kill little trees with my hoe. Just not big ones. Definitely can pluck up some seeds. Keep them from making 50 million more trees. Oop. Running out of energy. Watermelons. Alright. Now we're gonna come over here, drop off stuff in here. I'm gonna put that in there because I don't think I need it. That can go to Gunther. Those I can sell. I feel like I probably need to keep a yam. I don't really know what to do with holly. It's not really useful for anything that I know of. Maybe clothing or something? Hmm. There we go. Looks much better. And the plants are watered! I don't have any energy to water them now. That's okay though. But we did good, guys. We did good. I think that's gonna be it for today though. Oh, I walked by and picked up a whole bunch of stuff I didn't want to pick up. I just put all that stuff away. I walk by and I pick it back up. No! I hope I checked on the animals today. I don't even know. I didn't. Shame on me. I'll close that though. Poor animals. I should have put some hay out for the other ones. I should get some automators. That would be great. Did I close their door? Yeah, I did. Did I close their door? Yeah, okay. Just didn't look closed. They're all tucked away for a good night's sleep. And they'll be safe. And we'll continue streaming this farm some other time. Some expanded, but thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for listening. Gonna sleep on this day. That's the only thing I don't think the spouse does is the greenhouse. So that's gonna bother me. I wish he would water the greenhouse, but I don't think he will. Let's see. Elvish and Dwarvish lore is fascinating. So he's just gonna do, like, nothing for the winter. That's the way it's gonna be. I see. Well, while you read, here's some wine. Because when I shut down the game, it'll start over anyway. But yeah, we have finally enough money to go buy the big coop. We're just gonna wait for them to be back in there for us to do that. And we just have that on our list for next time. Buy coops, 4-leaf clovers. I'll also want to go through the list of everything I need for winter. All the things I'll need for winter. I'll need to make a list and update my to-do list. My to-do list stays behind me on the camera, by the way, so let's see. Yeah. Over here. But if you look, yeah, there's my to-do list up there. So I could probably hide the 4-leaf clover one. I don't think we're gonna get that anytime soon, but that's where it's at. But I will see you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for everything. Good night, everyone. Hope you have a good Monday. Bye.